Carlsen to jest męskie imię, wydaje mi się. Dobra, tutaj coś po angielsku, nie wiem czy nas ktoś słucha, dla testu. Cały czas English. Mówię cały czas na angielski. Nie wiem, czy ktoś mnie słyszy. I can see some gentlemen playing a lyre or any other ancient stringed instrument. I don't know if the
Witamy wszystkich. Witamy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everyone. I need to check my microphone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome indoors. Mr. Mayor, let's invite all our guests inside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome from Szczecin, Monte Cassino, street number 6. This is our today's address. We have a dual inauguration. We are inaugurating the 7th edition of the Scandinavian Days in Szczecin after 2 years break caused by the pandemic, and we are inaugurating the Scandinavian meeting point in Szczecin. We are in the very heart of Szczecin. Let me welcome everyone watching us online. These are the times that we live in, but thanks to that you are able to watch us from the comfort of your homes. We have a beautiful weather here today in Szczecin. This is the usual weather for May, and this year we will talk about the green city of Szczecin and the green solutions. And we have the mayor of Szczecin, Mr. Piotr Krzystek, Mr. Piotr Kotwica, the honorary consul of the Kingdom of Norway, Mr. Andrzej Price, the honorary consul of the Kingdom of Denmark, Mr. Marek Czernic, the honorary consul of the Kingdom of Sweden, and Mr. Adolf Wysocki, the honorary consul of the Republic of Finland, and Ms. Karin Skuld, the CEO of IKEA Retail. We are very happy to have you with us. The Scandinavian Days are a platform of cooperation between the city of Szczecin and Scandinavian countries. We had a 2-year break due to the pandemic, but we are here today, we are online, and let's hope that next year it will be in the real world, it will be held in the real world, and maybe in a more slightly hybrid manner. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am very glad that it is for the 7th time that we can meet on the occasion of Scandinavian Days, and we are in this very nice and positive moment, because at the opening of the Scandinavian meeting point, this venue that we have been talking about over a long period of time, over 2 editions of Scandinavian Days, and here we are today. And this was possible thanks to our cooperation with IKEA, and I'm very happy and I'm very thankful for this initiative and cooperation regarding this new venue, new location, a place where we will learn how to use our environment, our neighborhood, our vicinity in the most friendly manner, and how to live in an environmentally friendly manner. Szczecin wants to be a city, a green city. And we started with the House of Tomorrow, and today it is part of the Scandinavian meeting point. This is the first part of this project, but it's not the end. We will enter the indoors of the Scandinavian meeting point today, but with future editions we will present new components, we will have new parts of the Scandinavian meeting point in this house. So I hope that it will be a great place to exchange ideas and to use all the relations between Szczecin and Scandinavia. There is plenty of them, and I hope that in just a moment we will be able to discuss that. I'm very happy about this. I'm very happy that you are here with us. I would like to send my greetings to all of our ambassadors of Scandinavian countries. They are not with us in person today, but they are with us online, and I hope that with the next edition we'll be able to meet face to face. So thank you very much once again, and now we have time to inaugurate the Scandinavian meeting point. We'll cut the ribbon. This is a very moment when we are inaugurating the activity of the Scandinavian meeting point. It has been discussed for the last 2 years, and now we have the official inauguration of the Scandinavian meeting point. Big applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Igor Gurevich, he will tell you why he is here with us today before we enter the venue. Very briefly, according to all traditions, the fair's meeting points were places of peace. So let peace and all wealth come to this place forever and ever. A symbolic tribute to this place for future prosperity, and let me invite all our guests indoors, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Karen Skuld, and we will inaugurate the Scandinavian Days 7th edition from the Scandinavian meeting point in just a moment.
Dobra.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dariusz Baranik. Welcome to Scandinavian Meeting Point Szczecin, whose operations we inaugurated symbolically a minute ago. Now we are officially inaugurating the 7th edition of the Scandinavian Days. Let me remind you that this is a true platform for the exchange of experiences between Szczecin and Scandinavian states. We've had 6 editions before. Last year, we did not hold one because of the pandemic. Now, however, we are meeting after a 2-year interval. With us here we have Mr. Piotr Krzysztof, the mayor of Szczecin, Mr. Daniel Wacinkiewicz, the deputy mayor, and Ms. Karin Skuld, the CEO of IKEA Szczecin. Welcome to Szczecin. We also have a connection with ambassadors who are online. Mr. Anders Eide, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway in Poland, Stefan Ogrum, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Sweden, Ola Toft, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark in Poland, Juha Otman, the ambassador of the Republic of Finland in Poland, and Mr. Karsten Nielsen, the president of the Polish Scandinavian Chamber of Commerce. This is the time to welcome our guests and to inaugurate the opening of this edition. I would like to welcome you, especially you, CEO of IKEA, because this house was erected in cooperation between us. I would like to welcome all of the guests and all of the audience participants. Unfortunately, we are meeting online because the pandemic has not let go yet. So this is the second time we've had to run it in this formula. Unfortunately, we don't know how long this will last, but hopefully next year we will finally be able to meet in person. I'm counting on that because the Scandinavian Days are very important days to us. This is a very important event. This is the 7th edition of the Scandinavian Days. Each edition brought something new, contributed to our cooperation between Szczecin and the Nordic states. This has always brought joy to us. We can say that we cooperate on many different platforms. It's not only the economy, but I have to also say that throughout the last years, our cooperation has been extending and getting stronger. We started in 2012 with 140 businesses in Szczecin, with approximately 4,000 employees. Now it's over 160 companies, employing approximately 20,000 people employed in Scandinavian companies or companies with Scandinavian capital. They are a very important element to our development, but that's also education. We have been developing our cooperation between universities. We have been receiving Scandinavian students in Szczecin. That's also been about cooperation in terms of culture and other issues, and Scandinavian Days have always contributed to this. We have always spoken about the possibility for creating, or the need to create, a place where we could meet, and this is the day when we are inaugurating such a place. This is the Scandinavian Meeting Point Szczecin. Thanks to our cooperation with IKEA, I would like to thank the CEO once again. We have or had the House of Tomorrow here. Now we have the Scandinavian Meeting Point Szczecin in the same place. I hope our relations will be getting even stronger thanks to this place. I would like to thank all of you for this very cordially. I would like to thank all the companies who are cooperating with us. I would like to thank our honorary consuls, whom I'm greeting, because they have been with us throughout all the elements that we've been doing. We are trying to do everything we are doing in the most appropriate way, also during this pandemic period. I am hopeful, and I am glad that these are the topics we are talking about here. We will be talking about the quality of life. We will be talking about creating a comfortable, livable urban space. There will be a lot of interesting topics discussed during these meetings here, not only for Szczecinians, for inhabitants of Szczecin, but also anybody who's interested in ecology and green theories. There will be a lot of interesting contents and topics. We certainly, as a city, will not lay down our arms in fighting for increasing the livability of the place. Thanks again for joining us here, and I wish you a lot of energy coming from these Scandinavian Days. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few minutes ago, I welcomed our ambassadors who are online here with us. Let's start with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway. Let me remind you that Norway is the strategic partner of today's meeting. We have the ambassador of Norway here. I hope you can hear us, sir. If you can hear us, please take the floor.
It's okay.
Are online here with us. Let's start.
Thank you so much, President Czystek, participants, Dzień dobry, Szczecin. It's a pity, of course, that we can't be in Szczecin today. It's very embarrassing, but I blame it on the pandemic, and I do promise that next year we'll all be there with you. Because the Scandinavian Days is really a great invention, and I'm very honored that Norway is this year's strategic partner. Szczecin and Scandinavia are geographically close and connected by the sea. And we Norwegians like that, of course, since we continue to be a very much seafaring and ocean-loving nation. Your location in the northwestern Poland makes you the natural gateway for us Scandinavians. I'm very happy that since 1995, we've had such brilliant representatives as Mr. Jan Kubiak and now Piotr Kotvis as our honorary consuls in Szczecin. The increasing number of Norwegian companies operating in Szczecin is proof of that. Kongsberg Maritime, DNV, Yara, Unimore Marine, Eltec, and many, many others. And the same goes for the number of Norwegian tourists who visit. It's quiet these days, of course, but normally it's more than 3,000 Norwegian visitors on the Pomeranian coast every single summer day. And of course, the students, our future. More than 200 Norwegians are now studying medicine in Szczecin, and more surprisingly maybe, 60 Polish students learn Norwegian at the University of Szczecin. It's a great choice. If you haven't yet seen the video presentation by the Polish students for this year's Scandinavian Days, do check it out. The EEA and Norway grants have contributed greatly to building relations between Poland and Norway, with thousands of projects all around Poland, including in Szczecin, in energy, climate, health, research, civil society, and several other sectors. For those of you who are in Szczecin, I invite you to the outdoor EEA and Norway grants exhibition just outside the City Hall, where some of the best environment projects are showcased. A few words on the future of our relations. The Baltic Pipe gas project will involve several of our countries and will physically connect the region of Szczecin with the Norwegian continental shelf via Denmark. It'll strengthen Poland's energy security and reduce CO2 emissions by substituting coal with less carbon-intensive natural gas from Norway via Denmark to Poland. It's a win-win. For Norway, and for all of us, I assume, the main priority in the coming years is the green transition. Greenhouse gas emissions will have to be eliminated, energy systems will have to be transformed, and we will move from linear consumption to a circular and sustainable economy. Personally, I choose to be an optimist, even though we are in a serious hurry. It's gonna cost us sweat and tears, but we can do it, especially if we cooperate. In this transition, I believe there is great potential for Polish-Nordic cooperation. It's a sign of the times that several Nordic energy companies are entering Poland with massive investment these days. I'm particularly happy that Norwegian energy company Equinor, together with Polenergia, has decided to develop and operate several big offshore wind farms in Poland, and that Equinor recently also has invested in solar energy production in Poland. These investments represent a new and important chapter in our relations. And my hope is that they will serve as gate openers for even closer future cooperation, also with the city of Szczecin. I'm also delighted to be working closely with my good Nordic colleagues here in Poland. And in fact, we are stepping up our joint efforts these days to take full advantage of the opportunities for Polish-Nordic cooperation in the European green transformation that we are all part of. Dear friends, I will leave you with a short video from Norway's 17th May celebrations 2 days ago. As you may know, our Constitution Day is quite a big happening in Norway. This year we had to do it digitally, so here's a little sample from all of you, from all of us to all of you. It's roughly based on a famous speech by our king a couple of years ago about tolerance. So let's have some great Scandinavian days. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you for your speech. Dziękujemy serdecznie. Dużo tych przykładów.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot of examples of cooperation, student exchange, and the mention of the Baltic pipe, gas pipeline, which is already being laid, and next year we will start receiving natural gas from Norway. Thank you very much. We are coming back to Szczecin. Let me remind you that we are inaugurating the 7th edition of Scandinavian Days, and in just a moment we hope to get connected with our next guest, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark in Poland. Mr. Ole Toft will be with us in just a moment. We are waiting to get connected with the Danish ambassador. Let me remind you that due to the pandemic this year, we are holding our event online. The ambassador is already with us. Welcome, Mr. Ole Toft, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Please. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak here today. The last year has indeed been of an extraordinary character, and I would like to commend you for the interesting program you have made for this year's Scandinavian Days, even under the restrictions caused by the COVID pandemic. It is a program that focuses very much on the green transformation that both Poland and the Scandinavian countries are facing today. With the Polish Energy Plan presented earlier this year by the Polish government, and with the Polish Recovery Plan forwarded at the end of last month to the European Commission, we have the basic framework in place with regard to the great transformation in Poland. It will be a tremendous task to implement these far-reaching and very ambitious plans. But it is also changes that will create great opportunities for Polish business and industry and for Scandinavian companies working in Poland as well. The changes are so far-reaching and so complex that I don't think any single Scandinavian country can be a partner for Poland in all aspects of the green transformation. But together, I believe that, we in Scandinavia cover competences and know-how that can be of use for you in all the different areas of your green transformation. From building renovation over wind energy to nuclear technologies. And so when we talk about green transition, it very much makes sense to talk about Polish-Scandinavian cooperation. And in this light, I very much welcome the green agenda of this year's Scandinavian session. And just as I also like to commend SPCC for their on the Way initiative. I'm looking forward to the discussions, including this morning's discussion of the future of the city. We are hopefully reaching the end of the COVID pandemic and the end of the lockdowns. I'm looking forward to visit your beautiful city again and to meet with Polish, Danish, and Scandinavian partners once again. Let me finish by wishing you all a couple of good and fruitful Scandinavian days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dziękujemy serdecznie, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you for your speech. Have a nice day. So stay with us. Thank you very much. Szanowni Państwo, i pan Stefan Gullgren, ambasador Królestwa.
And gentlemen, and Mr. Stefan Gullgren, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Sweden to Poland. Let me remind you that we are connecting to the ambassadors online. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And like my colleagues, I regret that I cannot be with you in Szczecin today, but we all know the reason. I remember last year when the Scandinavian Days took place, when we had the opportunity to meet online. I think most of us thought that this was at least the end of the beginning of the pandemic. That did not turn out to be the case, but hopefully we are now at least at the beginning of the end, and that we soon can see the end of the pandemic and also the beginning of our renewed efforts together to work closely, also to meet physically, including in your beautiful city. The mayor, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the invitation again. The mayor, you pointed out that we have a strong presence of Scandinavian businesses in Szczecin. I'm happy to note that the Swedish business presence is strong and indeed growing. And one of our companies is represented with you today in the panel, Ms. Karin Sköld. She will speak more about IKEA. IKEA celebrates 60 years in Poland this year. I think that is a good testimony to the strong and enduring partnership between Swedish business and Poland. And I'm very happy that you also will now be able to inaugurate the Scandinavian home, where you are, as I understand, sitting today. Even during the last year's pandemic, we have seen our business community continue to invest in Poland and in their business activities. And although we, of course, have dedicated a lot of effort to dealing with the results of the pandemic, when the pandemic will subsequently subside, we can also continue and return with renewed effort to work on the energy transition and the green transition that was mentioned by my colleagues. And it's very encouraging that you have chosen that as the overarching topic of this year's Scandinavian Days. I think it's reflective of the times we live in, where, of course, we are all concerned about the consequences of climate change. But I fully share my Danish colleagues and my Norwegian colleagues' optimism about the fact that we can deal with it, and we will be able to deal with it. And we have discussed, as was mentioned, between ourselves, between the Nordic embassies in Poland, how we can cooperate in presenting our experiences as they are, modest as they are, in terms of energy transition and dealing with the effects and the consequences of climate change to a Polish audience. And we are going to work closely to present this Nordic offer of cooperation. I think one of the elements of this Nordic approach is to work closely between government and business, even government, business and academia. And business represents the technological progress that, at least in my view, is going to be a key part of the solution to dealing with climate change. We need optimism, but we also need solutions, and the solutions in terms of technological advancements and all the technology that will be available during the coming years, together with, of course, focused policies and sustainable societies, not only societies, but also policies, that is going to see us through. And although it's going to be hard work, it's also going to be inspiring work, because the circular economy is certainly not only about things that you cannot do, but it's about things that you will do, and we are going to do it together and closely cooperating, including in your beautiful city and in your region. One other thing that I hope, and this is my final remark, that I hope will come as a consequence of the subsiding pandemic is that you will probably most likely see many more Swedish tourists returning to Szczecin. We have the excellent ferry connections that have been operating all the time during the pandemic. I think Swedes, just like any other people, are now keen to start traveling again. I think Swedish tourists are going to start traveling in the neighborhood. And of course, Szczecin is, I think, a part of Poland which is the closest to Sweden. So there will be lots of Swedes, I hope, in Szczecin. They will bring with them ideas and initiatives. We are going to support them. We are going to support the cooperation. We are very ably represented in Szczecin by our honorary consul, Marek Czernis. And you can always count on the Swedish embassy and our best effort to develop this cooperation even further. So I look forward also to the activities during the Scandinavian Days, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your speech, Mr. Ambassador. Please stay with us. Szanowni Państwo, pan Juha Ottman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Juha Ottman, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Finland, our next special guests. We are getting connected online, so we are waiting for the Finnish ambassador. If we get connected, please take the floor.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Okay. Dzień dobry. Good morning, everybody. And I would like to join my colleagues by congratulate the city of Szczecin for organizing this venue as a hybrid format this year, as last year it had to be cancelled due to the pandemic. This is the 7th year of Scandinavian Days, and Finland is happy to be a partner also this year. I had the pleasure to visit Szczecin in 2019, and I'm glad to see you again, at least virtually this year. Today we are celebrating the inauguration of the Scandinavian House, or also called the House of Tomorrow, a brand new meeting point in Szczecin. I would like to thank especially the city and IKEA for their efforts to make this project to come true. I'm confident that the House will serve as an inspiring meeting place for citizens, civil society, academia and businesses to deepen our relations even further. I'm also happy to note that the Embassy of Finland has provided promotional and information material on Finland to the House. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our honorary consul, Mr. Adolf Wysocki, who has been representing Finland in Szczecin for many years, and who is also physically taking part in today's inauguration, representing the Embassy of Finland on the spot. Even though our economic presence in the region is not comparable to that of neighboring Denmark or Sweden, Szczecin and its surroundings have become a home to several major Finnish companies. We have well-established companies that have been here for years, like Cargotec, providing cargo handling solutions, Tietoevry, providing digital and software services, and Hydroline, manufacturing cylinders in their facility in Stargard. But there are also newcomers, like mentioned Stefan, like Uniki, one of the fastest growing software companies in Finland, which established its office and development team in Szczecin in April 2020. I'm also happy to note that Scandinavian Polish Chamber of Commerce, SPCC, is opening its regional office in the Scandinavian House and is actively contributing to the program of the Scandinavian Days together with Scandinavian companies. Like my other colleagues mentioned today, Scandinavian Days will focus on one of the main challenges of our times, the green transition. All Scandinavian countries are forerunners in climate action, and we are all happy to share our best practices and solutions with Poland together with our businesses. I believe that the green transition is a great potential also for Poland and this region, keeping in mind the substantial financial support coming from the European Union in the coming years. I also think that the fact that the Climate and Environmental Minister Michał Kurtyka organized last fall the offshore wind conference in Szczecin with the participation of all European Union countries around the Baltic Sea was a recognition to the efforts of Szczecin and the region. I also encourage you to watch on the website of the Scandinavian Days a video on Lahti, a city with 120,000 inhabitants in southern Finland. Lahti was chosen by the European Commission as the first city in Finland to become the European Green Capital for 2021, following other major European cities such as Stockholm, Hamburg, and Lisbon. The city has decided to become carbon neutral by 2025, 10 years ahead the goal of the Finnish government. I believe that Lahti can serve as a good source of inspiration for the city of Szczecin in sustainability. What I found personally particularly inspiring was the fact that the city has the first carbon neutral ice hockey team and the first carbon neutral symphonic orchestra in the world. This year, Finland is chairing the Nordic Council of Ministers with the theme Yhdessä, tillsammans, together, razem. The idea is that by acting together, we are stronger than we would be as individual countries. I think that today's event is supporting this idea well, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank Mayor Czystek and the whole city of Szczecin for bringing us together today. I bet it was not easy to organize and coordinate the event in this hybrid form, but the fact that we are here all today is a proof that our relations stay strong no matter the circumstances. I wish you all success with the Scandinavian House and the Scandinavian Days. Let's hope that next year we can all meet in the beautiful city of Szczecin. Dziękuję bardzo. Kiitos. Tak.
Dziękujemy serdecznie. Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. Szanowni Państwo, zanim połączymy się z panem Karstenem
Before we join Mr. Carsten Nielsen, there's a request from Mr. Andersen Ada that we play an interesting video from Norway. This is an unplanned surprise. Let's hope we will all like it.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, ambassadors, honorary consuls. I would like to greet you from a wet and rainy Warsaw. I wish I was up in Szczecin with you there. And the good thing about being after the ambassadors is that they have already said everything that I
Mamy
would
jednak
like to
połączenie z
say.
panem Karstenem Nielsenem, także
I
chyba
would
tak
just say
zostawimy.
that
Prosimy o
I'm
obraz.
delighted that the Scandinavian Polish Chamber of
Excuse me, we have a connection with the ambassador, so we should actually stop playing the movie.
been developing. We have founded a tremendous forum for promoting Scandinavian companies, and I must say there is no city in Poland that promotes itself to Scandinavia and is more interested in Scandinavian ideas and values and businesses than Szczecin. So I would like to compliment you, Mr. Mayor, and the president of IKEA for getting together and organize this Scandinavian House. This will be a place where Scandinavian companies in Szczecin and potential sorry?
It's okay, please. Czekamy jeszcze na dźwięk. Małe problemy techniczne, szanowni państwo, ale
We are waiting now for the audio to come back. We are having certain technical problems.
Online or
Yes,
is
of
it?
course, yes, of course, please.
Okay, so as I said, we have more than 70 members in Szczecin, and this will be a great place for them to get together. And we will also look forward to host many interesting events promoting Scandinavian companies and interest in this building. So again, thank you very much, the city of Szczecin. Thank you much for making this opportunity for us. And we know that being on the green wave, there will be many more Scandinavian companies looking at Szczecin. This will be a very exciting region for the future. So I wish you all success in your Scandinavian days. Thank you very much.
you very much. Thank you for your speech. Przypomnę, prezes skandynawsko-polski.
This was the chairman of the Polish Scandinavian Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Carsten Nielsen. We had certain technical difficulties, but we all should remember that we are joining different places at the same time, and such situations are likely to happen. Now we will watch a video from the Kingdom of Norway, as recommended by Norwegian ambassador to Poland.
Det vi kaller hjem, der hjertet vårt Med andre ord, Norge dere. Norge oss. Nordmenn jenter som glad i jenter, gutter som glad i gutter, og jenter og gutter som glad i hverandre.
Happy Constitution Day. Gratulerer med dagen.
Dziękuję bardzo, szanowni państwo. Przypomnę się.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The 17th of May, Norwegian Constitution Day, we've presented this video clip at the request of the Norwegian ambassador. Let me also remind you that we have our Constitution Day in Poland on the 3rd of May. Let me remind you, summarize the previous editions of Scandinavian Days. We are sitting here today, or we are connecting online, but there is a lot of people behind the preparations of all these events. And over the last 6 editions of Scandinavian Days, there was over 1,500 participants, over 100 speakers at various presentations, conferences, workshops, and multiple companies cooperating on business, cultural, and sporting events. 1,000 children from Szczecin who are preparing the cultural program, or artistic program, and over 400 hours of presentations, performances, conferences, and workshops. So this is the indication of the potential of Scandinavian Days. Not just business cooperation, but also strengthening the ties between Poland and Scandinavia. So this is a summary of Scandinavian Days in the past and also in the future. And I hope that pandemic situation allowing, we will be able to hold these events in the city of Szczecin, at least in the hybrid form. I would like to thank the ambassadors for this official opening. And now Ms. Karin Skuld, our special guest, the CEO of IKEA Retail in Poland. Before I give you the floor, let me tell you that this will be a presentation of the activities of the House of Tomorrow and the symbolic handover of this venue to the city of Szczecin. So, Ms. Skuld, the floor is yours.
Dziękuję. And dzień dobry, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for inviting us here today. We are now in what we call the Dom Jutra that opened in June last year, and it was the first touch point between IKEA and the citizens of Szczecin, where we will open our 12th store. And I think that just want to share a bit of a background. Caring for people and the planet is one of the core values at IKEA. And I think that Dom Jutra is really representing our green heart in a fantastic way. The visitors here have in the last year been able to come and experience how to live a more sustainable life at home. They have been able to explore solutions on how to, for example, sort waste or how to live within the limits of the planet or improve indoor air quality. And I think that what we have learned in the last year with the pandemic situation is that we are very vulnerable as humankind to the forces of the nature. And as such, I think it's fantastic to have a place like the Dom Jutra where we can go deeper and focus on how to live more sustainably. Despite the pandemic, we still have been able to meet here. We have had around 80 workshops, meeting, lectures in the Dom Jutra on the topic of sustainability. And also the IKEA co-workers have been able to plan some 900 functional and beautiful kitchens for the citizens of Szczecin. And I believe that this Dom Jutra is already a very loved place for the citizens of Szczecin, and it was developed together with the city authorities. At IKEA, we want to have a positive impact where we are operating, and we want to be part of the local and contributing to the local communities. And as such, we have done many great initiatives together with the city authorities. Just to mention a few, we have done an initiative about the future without waste in order to find solutions for a greener and cleaner city of Szczecin. We have also, together with the city authorities during the pandemic, equipped 11 flats for the medical staff so that they can have a rest during the quarantine period. And we have also, with the Polish Ombudsman for Children, we have also supported the Center of Psychiatric Health, Zdroje, here in Szczecin. And for the very beginning, I must say that here in Szczecin, we have been warmly welcomed by the city authorities and the inhabitants of Szczecin. And we are very happy to be here today to symbolically also hand over the Dom Jutra to the local authorities. So Dom Jutra will now transform into Dom Skandynawski, the Scandinavian meeting point, and we are sure that it will bring a lot of pleasure as well to the citizens of Szczecin, and it will be a place to meet, to socialize, and we believe that it will continue to bloom when it's developed by the city. IKEA and, of course, IKEA co-workers, we will stay in Szczecin. We will open our 12th store here soon. And we also believe that there will be many fantastic projects for us going forward as well, keeping people and planet in mind. I think it's very important for us at IKEA to have good relationships with the city and also with the citizens of Szczecin. We are a long-term company, and we want to be good neighbors. And just as the ambassador of Sweden said before, this year we are celebrating our 60 years of IKEA in Poland. Which also shows that we are long-term in the way that we are doing our business, and we look forward and we are committed to being a good neighbor here in Szczecin. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękujemy serdecznie. Thank you very much. A lovely place in the heart and the centrum of the city, yes, a beautiful place. And we're waiting. I think the women's waiting for the open the IKEA, yes. A lot of women in Szczecin and our district. Thank you very much. Bardzo dziękuję serdecznie pani prezes, pan Daniel Wacinkiewicz, zastępca.
Thank you very much. And now the Deputy Mayor of Szczecin, Mr. Daniel Wacinkiewicz. The floor is yours.
Przypadł mi w udziale.
Sir, I have the honor of presenting and summarizing the events that brought us, as the city, together with our partner, IKEA, in a joint action in which we shared and joined together our ideas. These ideas, what is the most important thing, will remain in Szczecin to bring fruit in the future. As we said before, the fruit will be for everyone. I think that the closeness and the opportunity for contacts with the Scandinavian culture was the element that actually started off the idea for the Scandinavian meeting place point, Szczecin. So many people from so many different environments and so many expectations were there for a place to be erected in Szczecin where Scandinavians living in Szczecin, whom there are a lot, and the inhabitants of Szczecin, who are at the same time deeply interested in Scandinavian culture, art and design, and business stakeholders, and also the cooperation from NGOs. All of us have to have a place where they can interact. The idea for such a place was the founding stone for the creation of the House of Tomorrow by our partners of IKEA. that we, as IKEA's partners, as the city, continue. During the pandemic, we have been able to encounter so many interesting activities that have met the expectations of the inhabitants of Szczecin, and they will be all continued in this place. We will know and learn how to live in a more pro-eco way. We will learn how to give a second life to various objects. We will learn what to do in our own operations in order to use what would otherwise be expelled. The Scandinavian meeting point Szczecin will be the place that will be giving us these opportunities. We are in a transition time, and that transition will be shown to you, visualized to you on a number of slides now. This is a vision of a place, of this place, where in a way it looks like on an everyday basis. There's a lot of greenery. The place honors the history of the house. We renovated it together with our IKEA partners in a way that preserves its history. We have natural furniture, we have natural floors, and we have natural greenery. All of this interacts with each other in order to contribute to talking about ecology as the way of the future. The subtitle we made up for the Scandinavian House is Meeting Point, or a place where we will talk about the future. And another very important factor is that this place should be used for the development of our own creativity, the one that we have within ourselves. Perhaps, however, we need a place, a kind of accelerator, where our ideas, inspired very often by Scandinavian solutions, can come true. For this project to be successful, we started a year ago to cooperate with a team of people involved in the creation of the content for the Scandinavian meeting point. Here you can see a visualization of the place we are at. This is a beautiful part of Szczecin, the old town. We are at Monte Cassino Street near Odrodzenia Square, a place which is easily accessible, which was important to us. But at the same time, we are in a place, in a part of town that is covered by the revitalization projects, and the idea of this house, of this meeting point, fits the whole revitalization effort nicely. We started cooperation with a team of people involved in establishing and developing contacts between Poland and Scandinavia on different planes. We invited to join our discussion about what this house should look like our partners, ordinary consuls. All of the ordinary consuls of Scandinavian states are here with us today. There were students who can play an important part. These were non-governmental organizations and other places, other environments. We joined various circles and institutions in order to come up with a joint idea of what this place should look like in the future. This was not a map of dreams, but a calculation of what everyone working on the boundary between Poland and Scandinavia know about what is worthwhile. We drew up a list. What you see here is just an extract from that list. We put it chronologically and we ranked it, and now we know which actions we want to initiate already. This Scandinavian meeting point is, so far, just 1/3 of the entire project. In the years to come, And I hope during the next editions of the Scandinavian Days we will be able to show to you the progress of our works. So the Scandinavian meeting point will increase up to a space of 600 square meters of floor area. This will be 3 different premises joined together, and I hope we will be able to use that space to realize all the programs and plans that you can see in this slide. We are starting with this place being a meeting point for various circles or environments who are operating in Szczecin. That pertains to the business, but also to culture and to universities. We want to use this space for mentor meetings. We want to invite over here people who are well-known, popular, create images, to inspire especially the youth to join difficult, often ambitious projects. We have received strong support from the Academy of Arts, from the West Pomeranian University of Technology, from the Pomeranian Medical University, and Szczecin University. Actually, all schools of higher education have contributed to the development of this place. We would like this place to host a lot of events in architecture, culture, and arts domains. Therefore, we would like all these areas and spaces, by inviting appropriate people, to enable us to start projects under the auspices of the Scandinavian meeting point. All the rooms that we have today and that we will have in the future will be made available to various workshops, conferences. These will be meeting points also for chamber atmosphere meetings. Another interesting, nice things to us is that Scandinavian environments, our friends from Sweden, would like to share their culture. They would like to celebrate important feasts or holidays to them, and they would like to show to us how they celebrate them, so that in this way interaction could develop. This place is perfect for that, and we would like to invite all of our friends to use this place to start direct interactions between us. Integratory meetings will be held here. We want to combine NGOs, the academia, representatives of culture domain, to use the rooms for projects, for workshops, and initiate cooperative projects. Events for children and youth. This is an element which has been emphasized very strongly right from the beginning by our IKEA partners. Here, we do have spaces particularly designed for kids. We would like this function to be upheld in these workshops. We would like to get children to know attractions which are interesting in our mind. This is a place where we would like to show us to our Scandinavian partners. This is a place where that we want to use to promote ourselves. This is a place that is the closest to Scandinavia, and its ambition and its natural willingness is to strengthen the cooperation with Scandinavia. The recent years, for example, within the interval of 7 years that we've been running Scandinavian Days, they have not just been to herald what will happen. No, they show that things are actually already happening. These activities that you can see on the slide are grouped according to a certain partner. Combining, networking, cooperating, finding partners, inspiring, and launching common projects. We want to combine the potential of business, the academia, creativity, and the potential of the international advantage that we have here in Szczecin. This is the place where we are at today, in the shape that it has on a daily basis. We are at Miejsce Zero, which is point zero. This is where we enter. This is the place where we will get basic information about what's going on and what will be going on. To the right, you can see the dining room or the kitchen. This is just the name, because behind this name there is a workshop space where you can involve yourself in various activities, especially something that was pointed out as an interesting project, which is joint cuisine or cooking workshops pertaining to Scandinavian cuisine, which has been very popular in Szczecin. Next, there is a chill-out room, a place for kids and families where you can meet, sit, listen to fairy tales, legends. Meetings for children will be held there, the purpose of which will be to get children interested in Scandinavian culture. Next, there is a library, a place where you can not only borrow a book or read a book, but also meet someone, meet authors. We will be inviting authors over to this place to talk about their work related to Scandinavian issues. This is a place for mentor meetings with people who are inspiring as it comes to the cooperation between Poland and Scandinavia. There is a planning space, a place for training, from workshops of larger groups. This is a place adapted to more conference and workshop type meetings. Our plans to extend this area envisage that the conference space will be even bigger. We have also Agora. Agora is a place for various types of meetings. As I said before, we want to make this place available to various organizations and institutions that would like to show to others what they do here in this very place. Especially, this place is designed to recycling, art recycling, environmental protection ideas. Right next to this place, we have the workshop room, where a lot of some of these projects can be put into practice. The thing is that we do not just come here to spend our time, but to actually do work and practice and show that in our own home we are able to change a lot. This is an image broken into 4 pictures, typically showing what kind of nature this place has. I would like to thank our IKEA partners again for helping us retrieve the natural beauty of this place, to uncover the brick walls, to uncover the natural floors, and to supplement the place with natural elements and with the omnipresent greenery. It's these elements that give the character to this place. Now, summing up, who do we invite to cooperate with us here? I would like to say that all partners that have been invited by us have expressed their willingness to join. We are grateful. Honorary consuls and representatives of Scandinavian nations' embassies have been with us here as well. I hope that a lot of activities that they do will be able to be carried out in this meeting point too. We would like to be meeting here all interested institutions, clusters, chambers of commerce, representatives of business, NGOs, and depending on the initiatives, to make this space available to meet their demands. We would like culture, art, education and architecture to play a special role here. We have serious players working within these domains, and there will be a lot of interesting things happening around these people. This is a place that is dedicated to the academia too, and we are counting on transferring or combining certain projects carried out so far at universities. We would like to be their partners, and we already have a number of projects in mind. We would like to use this place to show Szczecin to Scandinavia and to show Scandinavia to the inhabitants of Szczecin. Therefore, this is a place for for grassroots initiatives. Thank you very much for everything that has happened so far in this respect. This is just an announcement of what life has in store for us. This is a project for a number of years to come, but we are about to officially open the Scandinavian meeting point. Thank you. So you think that the perspective is a perspective of 3 or 4 years for the project to be completed? As for infrastructure, this is the perspective, yes. We will be gradually adding certain elements, but we are thinking about the Scandinavian meeting points to become a permanent part of Szczecin's nature and for it to evolve. So we decided that we do not want to make a final definition for the place. We would like the place to keep evolving and adapting to our needs and the needs of our partners. Thank you. Just an interesting bit. We are in point 0 that you saw in the map just a second ago. In the kitchen, we have the technicians who are making it able for us to be online in Szczecin, Warsaw, and other places around Europe. I would like to thank you for participating in the first part. We have done the inauguration part. Ahead of us, we have the future of green cities, which we will be starting in more or less 20 minutes from now. We will have a short break now, and let's meet at 11:30, excuse me. Thank you.
English, 1, 2, 3. I hope you can hear the translator. We can't hear anything right now.
Dariusz Baranik, witam Państwa serdecznie.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, Dariusz Baranik. Our apologies to those of you who are participating in our event online. We had some technical issues. Technical capabilities are limitless, but they need to be adjusted to our current conditions. Our venue today is the Scandinavian meeting point in Szczecin, in the very heart of the city of Szczecin. A very warm welcome once again. The future of green cities is our current topic. Our guests are Mr. Finn Mortensen, the Executive Director of State of Green from Denmark. Welcome. Mr. Paweł Adamczyk, the Director of the Municipal Utilities and Management Department at the City Hall of Szczecin. Welcome. And Mr. Krzysztof Zamożny, Sales Director at Garo, Poland. Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear very well. Welcome, everyone. Let us start with Mr. Finn Mortensen. This will be a presentation of the activities of State of Green and the idea to introduce green solutions in various areas of life. Mr. Mortensen, the floor is yours for your presentation, and then I might have some questions to you later on. Thank you. And over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Very good. My name is Finn Mortensen. I'm the CEO of State of Green, and it's a great pleasure for me to be invited to speak today and share with you the Danish perspective on livability and how we work to create livable places in Denmark. Today I have brought a couple of cases to illustrate the challenges that we in Denmark have faced over the past several decades and the solutions that we have deployed to tackle them. But first of all, let me just see if I can go to the next slide. It's locked, apparently. Perhaps the technician can change. Let's see. Here we go. First, a quick word about State of Green. We are what you call a public-private partnership, not for profit. Our purpose is to share the accumulated Danish knowledge, experience, and solutions with the rest of the world. We do this to stimulate debate, spur partnerships, and inspire others, as we believe that through collaboration and dialogue, we can create and accelerate the global green transition together. I think you all know a little bit about Denmark, a small country, population about 5.8 million people, so we are a tiny nation, at least compared to Poland, which is, I believe, about 8 times bigger than Denmark. But also in terms of CO2 emissions, the Danish global footprint is very small, as you can see on this slide. We actually only account for 0.1% of total global emissions. So why are countries looking to Denmark for inspiration on green solutions? Well, Denmark has been in the forefront of the green agenda for many years, as you can see from this slide. Since the 1980s, the Danish GDP, gross domestic product, in real terms has increased by more than 100%, while at the same time we have been able to more or less keep our gross energy consumption stable. So we have been able, as we say, to decouple economic growth from the use of energy. Simultaneously, we have also been able to decrease our water consumption over the same period by more than 40%, thanks to a very tight focus on water efficiency and water management. We are also known internationally for leaning forward on the green agenda and for setting very ambitious targets. One of the most recent ones is a broad political support for a 70% CO2 reduction by 2030 compared to 90 levels. This raises the Danish ambitions and encourages other countries to follow suit. As you can see from the graph here, we have a daunting task ahead of us. The target is very ambitious, requires swift action. Over the past 28 years or so, from 1990 to 2018, we have been able to reduce CO2 emissions by more than 30%. But on the other hand, that means that we only have 12 years left now to reduce the remaining 38% and another 20 years before we can reach 100% carbon neutrality, which is our vision by 2050. It will require a lot of work. We have picked the low-hanging fruits already, but we need to move ahead in as cost-efficient a way as possible. Now, moving to the Danish capital, Copenhagen, the city has also set ambitious targets. Copenhagen aims to be the first carbon-neutral capital in the world, and several climate change initiatives have already been taken, and more projects are underway. You can see here Copenhagen is also again compared to Poland, a relatively small city, more than about 600,000 people in the municipality. And if you count what we call the Greater Copenhagen, it's 1.3 million. In general, Copenhagen has been what you could call a unique big city environment with green areas, clean harbor where you can swim, and world-famous cycling culture. It ranks number six on the smartest city in the world, and it's also been dubbed as one of the most livable cities in the world. This hasn't happened by accident, and I'm now going to show you a few slides, concrete examples of what we have done. If you look back to right after the Second World War, city planners started looking at what to do about expanding Copenhagen. And they introduced a very famous, even today famous plan, the so-called finger plan. It was a strategy for the development of the Greater Copenhagen area. The idea was to create an overall regional structure where urban and regional development went hand in hand, along with fingers linked by railway systems and road networks. The fingers themselves, they were separated by green areas except from the urban development. And this strategy has actually helped ensure easy access to the city of Copenhagen, also to recreational areas, and you can actually get into the city of Copenhagen in less than half an hour from the outmost posts of the finger plan. Another element in the Danish experience with holistic planning, governance structure, and collaboration in terms of urban planning. We usually have what we say are three main objectives for city planning in Denmark. First of all, the physical part, which is like buildings or open spaces. The social part, which is how will people live, how would they like to live together? And finally, the cultural sphere, which is touches upon the relationship to our surroundings and our roots. And finally, obviously, also in our economy can be a driving force towards or against livability. We believe that if you have an integrated, holistic thinking approach, that's the right way to go ahead to create the livable cities. And Denmark's leading position in green urban solution is based on a long tradition of involving all stakeholders in the decision and planning-making processes to tackle not only environmental issues, but also urban development challenges. You can't really say Copenhagen without also saying bikes. Copenhagen has been named the world's best bicycle city every day. 1.2 million trips on bicycles are actually made in Greater Copenhagen. The city has invested heavily in initiatives that will make it more attractive for people to bike. The latest figures we have seen is that about 65% of the people living in the Copenhagen area, they use their bikes to and from work, even in the wintertime, which can be relatively harsh here. Safety, convenience, comfort, time saving, and livability are keywords in designing a city where cycling is the norm. And it's actually also been made easier over the past decade if you live in one of the suburbs of Copenhagen, because we now have what we call super highways for bicycles into the city, which means they are separate bicycle highways, no lights, no crossing traffic or anything, so you can get directly into the city in 20-25 minutes, even if you live 25 kilometers away from Copenhagen. If you come to Copenhagen and cycle through the city, you will notice that no matter the context, cycling is easy and very simple. Now, let's move on. Not everything is sunshine and good weather and bicycling. As you can see in the picture here, we have a number of challenges that we haven't been able to tackle yet. Just one of them here is flooding, as you can see from the picture from 2011, when they show that the Copenhagen at the time faced a 100-year extreme weather event, a severe flooding, or what we call a cloudburst, that came with 150 millimeters of rain in just 2 hours. The damages were enormous, close to €1 billion or something like that, and we were very close to having our critical infrastructure hit very hard. Especially the hospitals were in danger at the time. So because of climate change, these extreme weather events will happen more frequently in the future, and also in Copenhagen. So we need to be prepared. And obviously the events in 2011 led to a number of changes in the national legislation. Now every municipality in Denmark must have a climate adaptation plan. In Copenhagen, part of the plan includes solutions of what we call dual purpose. One purpose, obviously, is to lead the water away from the streets and into the ocean. And another purpose is to use the water as a resource to increase livability. Here's a concrete example of that. This is a square in central Copenhagen called Israels Plads, which used to be just a playground, an ordinary playground for kids living in the area. But after the 2011 cloudburst, it was decided to change it and to lessen the pressure on the sewer system. Surface rainwater is led to structures above the surface where the water can be stored. You can see perhaps it's there's a hole really now. That's for storing water, the concrete donut structure in the middle of the picture, as you can see. So when the storage isn't needed, these structures are used for, in this case, skateboarding and other recreational activities. But once we have a lot of water, it can be stored here. Other initiatives include green beds, canals, lakes around the city, which in addition to increasing the stormwater drainage capacity, also function as recreational areas, which help also cool the city and increase biodiversity. I think you can say that what this really shows is that rather than coming at the expense of urban living, climate adaptation measures can contribute to greener and more livable cities, and actually also generate assets for cities that can contribute to even more growth in the future. And it has turned out that climate adaptation solutions above ground are much cheaper, up to 50% cheaper than simply expanding the sewerage system. So To sum up on this slide here, you can see there are many synergies to be achieved by integrating climate adaptation and rainwater management into the overall urban planning. In many cases, as I said, these solutions are cheaper than simply expanding the underground sewerage system. It may seem more complex if you choose a solution like this, but I think it has to be taken into account also that it also involves a broad range of economic, social, and environmental advantages. So basically, it is more cost efficient seen from an overall societal perspective. This picture here from above shows you the most central station in Copenhagen. It's called the Nørreport station. Copenhagen has grown a lot over the past decade or so, and we are going to see even more growth in the next decade. We'll have an increase in population of about 14%, which means more bicycle trips and at the same time also more cars, but also more infrastructure, more public transportation. Nørreport station, as you can see from above here, is not far from the square I just showed you before. It's a traffic hub with about 250,000 people passing through it every day. It's bustling. More than 20,000 of these 250,000 are bicycles actually passing through the area. The idea was to combine the city's public transport, including regional trains, local trains, the metro, bus terminals, etc. And it really required an extremely optimized traffic flow around the station and also innovative bicycle solutions. The work went on for approximately 2 years, and the station today has undergone if you look at it today, has undergone a very dramatic and highly successful transformation with new open buildings in a multifunctional urban space, which now actually gives priority to people using a bicycle and to pedestrians. Just to give you one figure, previously the station could accommodate about 900 bicycles. After the renovation, we now have room for more than 2,000 bikes. And you can't see it from the picture here, but the parking spot for bicycles has actually been lowered 40 centimeters below the standard level of the ground, which has given a good overview while securing functionality and accessibility. Now, we'll move on to this one here. Yeah, just a few pictures. You can see what it looked like before we had the transformation of the Nørreport station. You can see bicycles parked everywhere. It was, for some people, it took several minutes to find their bikes in this jungle here. Now moving on to the harbor baths. For those of you who may have visited Copenhagen, you may have seen this picture. It's from the inner city of Copenhagen. It's the canal, one of the canals, which has been developed over the past decade or so. I'll see if I can get the next picture up. Here you can see what it looked like back until the mid-1990s. It was an industrial part of the city with a harbor. You had a number of relatively big industrial companies located there. And if you looked into the water, you practically couldn't see anything but a brown mass. It was extremely polluted. Nearly 100 sewage drains, oil spills, and industrial waste was the main reason why the water was so dirty. You were not allowed to swim in it. You were not allowed to fish in it. Every time it rained heavily, the city sewers came under pressure, and the mixture of sewage water and rainwater was funneled straight out into the canal. So basically, the water was hazardous to people's health. However, in 1992, the Copenhagen City Council saw opportunities in cleaning up the harbor. A plan was made for a modernization of the sewerage system, and today, coming back here, you can see it's one of the most attractive areas in downtown Copenhagen. There are several harbor baths. Tens of thousands of people will flock here in the summertime to enjoy the nice weather and the water, and you can safely bathe in the harbor. And another aspect of this is from an economic point of view. You know, Denmark was also severely affected by the financial crisis in 2008, except for the area here, which was booming at the time. Property prices went up dramatically, even during the financial crisis. And today, it's one of the most sought-after areas to have an apartment. The picture here is taken 500 meters from the city square, for those of you who haven't been here. Another example I would just point to before I finish is the so-called Nordhavn, the North Harbor of Copenhagen, the northern port. It's a couple of kilometers from the city center. It's one of Scandinavia's largest urban development areas, and over the next 50 years it will be transformed instead of from the usually isolated industrial area to a sprawling city district with some 40,000 inhabitants and 40,000 jobs. You can see it from above here. It's a good example of how you can create urban areas with livability in mind, and also, again, by taking this holistic approach to secure the good life of the inhabitants. See here. I think the next one here will give you a better view of it. Here we go. This is what it looks like today. This is also one of the areas where you can actually swim in the harbor water. The area is cordoned off for car traffic. There's plenty of ways to get there by bicycle, by walking. You can also, there's public transportation, a new metro station coming into the area. And all buildings have to be totally energy efficient. So for instance, we have district heating out here, which is secured for all the inhabitants in the area. Now, you can't really have a livable city if the air is polluted. Denmark has focused on developing technologies and solutions to those sectors that represent a significant source of air pollution, including shipping, industrial production, and power plants. The picture here is actually an example of such a power plant. It's, again, in the only about a 5-minute bicycle ride from the city center. It's called the Copenhagen. It's a waste-to-energy plant very close to the city center, as I said. The power plant has set new environmental standards, and it's not only Denmark's newest and cleanest combined waste-to-energy plant, but it's also one of Europe's best-performing plants in terms of energy efficiency, waste treatment capacity, and environmental consideration, visual appearance, and not least, local acceptance, which is of very high importance here. The plant is fitted with a catalyst designed to reduce NOx and dioxin emissions by more than 95%. So the air emissions from the power plant are clean enough to have an artificial ski slope on its roof. You can't see it from the picture here, but on the other side of it, there is a ski slope, artificial ski slope, where you can actually also, which can be used for recreational purposes. You can walk in a little park, or you can take it down hill ski ride from the top. I think that was the picture I was looking for. You can see it from the top here. It's the green slope. It's artificial grass, but you can actually ski all the way down here. And you can see in the background on the top picture, you can see the city of Copenhagen. It has become a very, very popular spot for tourists and for Copenhageners also in the wintertime. Finally, I just want to end up by saying that livability is key to city development in Copenhagen. I hope you have been given a good impression of what we have done here. We have a lot of experience we share, and from State of Green's side, we would be pleased to welcome visitors, delegation visits who would like to come here and share their own experience. If you have any questions, please feel free to visit our website, stateofgreen.com, where you can find a lot of more information. You can download white papers, for instance, on sustainable urban transportation, urban innovation for livable cities, and so on, all for free. So I encourage you to take a look at our website and get in touch with us if you have any further questions. I think I'm going to stop here. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bardzo dziękujemy. Thank you very much for your speech. Finn Mortens.
This was the Executive Director for State of Green Denmark. Unfortunately, we don't have time now for an answer and question session, but you can catch the director online. This was a great example to see how a great city can be changed into a green one. After the pandemic is gone, you can go to Copenhagen and visit the beautiful city, but we would like to invite the Danish persons to come over to Szczecin and see our city too. Now we will hear from Mr. Paweł Adamczyk, the director for the Public Utilities Department. However, before he takes the floor, we will see a short video.
No i właśnie mogliśmy zobaczyć w pigułce.
We were able to see a snapshot of eco initiatives in Szczecin. Mr. Director, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. What I will say will be a commentary to what we just saw. These images showed to you Szczecin and the directions that we are heading for when we are trying to ensure improvement in our environmental approach. We have started a number of initiatives, infrastructural initiatives related to the functioning of a city as big as Szczecin is, and initiatives that are, on the other hand, trying to build a livable space for the inhabitants. A number of elements that were shown in the video that you just saw are what I will be talking to you. Let me start about the places that became a component of the city's landscape and have become an important part of the city. Although the city might not be as multifaceted or multifunctional as Copenhagen, we don't have that skiing slope on the roof of a building. No, that we don't have. But while preparing for changes related to waste management, the city made a decision over 10 years ago to build an incinerator that is fully operational today and is securing the city's interests and needs in respect of a very eco-oriented and state-of-the-art methods for waste management. Today, we are able to transform waste thermally into electricity using approximately 150,000 tons of waste. This is an element of our city's infrastructure that allows us to look safely into the future as it comes to what is related to human activity. We are all at a stage that while living, we produce waste every day. On the one hand, through educational processes, we are trying to guide the flow of the waste so that the way we manage that waste is as safe as possible. On the other hand, we want an additional effect from that. Information that might give you a picture of how this incinerator fits in our energy generation efforts might be that in summertime, the source of heating that the incinerator is sufficient to deliver hot water to all those who are connected to the urban grid. I think that the decision made a few years ago was a good one. It shows that a good decision brings good, measurable effects. As we are talking about the incinerator, let me say a few words about what is directly related to securing heating needs of the city and the direction that we are following. Namely, last year the city adopted a decision to, together with Szczecin District Heating Company, undertake an investment into the construction of a cogeneration plant to convert gas into electricity and heating instead of using coal. Right now, we are at a stage of carrying out this investment, and after it is completed, it will become an important contributor to the city's system for securing heating and electricity. Another example of combining various solutions related to the municipal infrastructure is the municipal utility company, which is responsible for delivering water and removing sewage. The last several years have seen a process of huge investments into this infrastructure through modernizing the grids for water supply and sewage disposal, through building treatment plants. We can say that the water delivered to the inhabitants of Szczecin is of highest quality. On the other hand, by purification of our sewage, we can say that we have become neutral to the environment in this way. What is important, that utility company, ZWIK in Polish, is undertaking activities related to generation of green energy. The company has been building and implementing more and more green energy generation projects. Such electricity is then used by the infrastructure itself. Excessive energy is handed out to be used in the energy balance. These activities have become an important element of the operations of the public utility company ZWIK, which fits a model of a city that is thinking and caring for the environment. Another thing I'd like to draw your attention to is the unique, on a Polish scale, solution, one that was developed based on observations of what is happening in Scandinavian countries. That's the model for selective waste storage and preparation of such waste for reuse. Consistently, for over 10 years now, we have been building in Szczecin a system of eco-pods, which are places where municipal waste is received on a selective basis. Thanks to such an extended network of 9 eco-pods, all inhabitants of Szczecin can safely dispose of their waste against a fee they pay to the municipality. An example of how well it functions is in figures. Eco-pods are visited over 200,000 inhabitants of Szczecin every year, who deliver there over 10,000 tons of waste. Special waste, because on the one hand, these are batteries, various sorts of chemical compounds that we do generate in our households. But these can also be post-construction waste types, tires, and other fractions of waste that can be redistributed only through such installations. Only then are they not hazardous to the environment. As part of the eco-pod solution, looking for solutions that will limit the amount of waste produced, we have undertaken an initiative to make sure that those items that for some people are waste, but for others are not, can be given a second life. One of the eco-pods at Arkońska Street has launched a gallery of second-hand objects that are brought by inhabitants against a symbolic fee paid to a charitable organization. Inhabitants can take them home and give such objects a second life. The last thing I'd like to say about, as a counterbalance to the infrastructural solutions, and something that Szczecin is famous for and will be famous for in the future too, is the green areas in Szczecin. Szczecin is perceived, and it is actually true, is perceived as a green city. We've seen pictures in the video from various parts, various green areas, various forested areas in Szczecin. These are the green lungs of the city. These should be taken care of, and they should be kept available to the inhabitants of the city so that future generations can make use of them too. I think this is something we can boast about. Such areas allow inhabitants to rediscover parts of the city they have not seen before, like the mermaid ponds, for example. This is now a forest-based park, which used to be unavailable before. Now it plays a recreational and leisure function. There's also an extensive educational action going on there. Some of such actions are plantings. For example, as in the project One Child, One Seedling, where a child symbolically plants a seedling. Such a plant remains there for ages. I think this is all. I would like to thank you for your attention because I can see that we have come across certain technical problems. Thank you, sir. This was the director for the Department of Public Utilities in Szczecin. First it was Copenhagen, now we've had Szczecin. Each of these cities is involved in the eco and green climates in a different way, but Szczecin is seeing change too. I would like to encourage all of you to get on your bike and visit all these places that the director has been speaking about. Another thing is that we have so many forests here that it doesn't take a long time for you to get to a forest. Everything is just within an arm's reach. Thank you, Director. Let me remind you that the future of a green city is the topic we're talking about here. We have a number of minutes left. Krzysztof Zamożny is with us here. He is the Chief of Sales for Garo Polska. This will be the third topic discussed here. The title is Carports, EV plus PV as hybrid or automatic charging points for cars.
Welcome once again. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you very well. Can you also see my presentation? Yes, we do. So once again, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to congratulate you on the organization of this event, because in this pandemic reality, it is not easy. And you are able to meet in such an involved group of people. It is a great pleasure to listen to it, and I'm very glad to see that we are not talking about theory only, that we are talking about practice. We can support our presentations with figures, pictures, videos, and statistics. This is a great pleasure for me to see it. And I have a 10 or 15-minute presentation for you about our company and the solutions that we propose and solutions that we would like to see as universally present. These are solutions that go down from the central planning level to local projects that we have influence on, each of us individually. I would like to tell you about carports being a combination of photovoltaics, PV, and electromobility. So these are sort of parking sheds with PV modules integrated with electric vehicle charging points. So a few words about our company in the beginning. Garo Poland is the youngest member of the Garo Group. It is a company that celebrated its 80th anniversary in 2019. We are the youngest member of that family, but we are very happy to say that since 2008, when Garo started manufacturing EV charging points, in 2010 we became the only manufacturing facility manufacturing these wall box charging stations that you can install in your own garage to charge your own vehicle. We are the only ones manufacturing these devices for the entire group. So all these stations that you can see in the streets of Szczecin, but also these wall charging stations operating in various Nordic countries, they have all been manufactured here in Szczecin. And the numbers are really impressive. in 2020, in September, we manufactured the 50,000th wall box unit. To tell you about the scale of manufacturing of these products, in Poland, we have about 1,500 public charging points, some 700 stations. So there is still a lot of room for improvement, and we are very glad to say that. But as the entire group, we have reached the milestone of 100,000 charging stations delivered in October last year. And it is a great pleasure for me to boast that, to say that over the last 2 or 3 years, we have been receiving the Electromobility Leader Award, mainly thanks to our colleagues from Scandinavia. That much about our company. We manufacture not only smallest wall box charging points, but also dual wall box stations, freestanding charging stations that you can start seeing in the urban infrastructure. But also very soon we hope to provide DC charging stations like the one on the left, a 24 kilowatt wall box and a 50 kilowatt DC charging station on the right. Apart from manufacturing of charging stations, we want to be active in the area of awareness raising. Since 2017, we have been the co-publisher of the electric vehicle catalog. We had the 4th edition of that catalog. It is available already, and it's probably the only battery-powered plug-in vehicle list available. It is not sponsored by any car manufacturer, so it includes all chargeable vehicles, all electric vehicles. Each model is presented in such a way. So it is an overview of what is available, but also sort of a list of hints of how to adapt, how to select the charging station for any certain vehicle. So I encourage you to familiarize yourselves with this publication. I will give you the address later on. As for our company, Garo Poland, as you can see, I will show you a video. We have integrated a 70 kilowatt peak power PV station on the roof of our manufacturing hall, and we managed to generate almost 100 megawatt hours of energy. This saved about 60 tons of CO2 emissions. So it's such a small installation, but this is how it translates, how effectively it translates into improving the statistics regarding emissions in Poland. And what's more important, we are just one facility. But over the last 2 years, we've had a boom in Poland with regard to PV installations, and mostly prosumer or individual roof-mounted installations. By the end of 2020, the capacity of PV installations in Poland exceeded 3.5 gigawatts. 80% of that were private prosumer installations. So it is a very interesting statistic and something very promising. What I wanted to tell you is refers to this slide that you can see right now. I was seriously surprised to learn that there's such a large share in CO2 emissions in the EU. The emissions contribution from road transport, 72% of CO2 emissions. Of course, my time today is limited. I'm focusing on CO2 only, but this is a combination of various other factors like noise, like nitrogen oxides, we are talking about CO2 only, but please note how enormous this percentage is, this share is, and how much the road transport contributes to CO2 emissions. I'll try to present you a link to a website that we co-author. I hope you can see it on your screens. It is called elektromobilny.pl or electromobile.pl. You can see the catalog, you can find the catalog of electric vehicles there and the number of interesting tools aimed at raising awareness and allowing you to check your possible impact on the world around you. We can calculate our CO2 footprint in case of using various vehicles. Let's focus on the most popular model of an electric vehicle in the world, a Nissan Leaf. If we switch our car to a Nissan Leaf and if we charge it from just a normal grid, it's interactive, but assuming 10,000 kilometers a year, so that's an average mileage of a second family car. That's about 30 kilometers a day. So that's more or less the mileage that is generated in the largest European cities. So if you compare it with a petrol car, we would save about half a ton of CO2 every year. If we switch our power source from the grid to our private PV installation, then we would save almost a ton of CO2 every year. So I'd like to encourage you to familiarize yourselves with these materials. But coming back to our presentation, the information that I would like you to remember, 10,000 kilometers a year using a PV-charged electric vehicle is about 1 ton of CO2 savings per year. And this can help us in that area. This is the carport that I'm talking about. You have an example of such a carport with an AC charger, dual slot. This specific carport was manufactured with the APV technology, dual-sided glass panels. Now it can be done. It can also be done in standard PV technology, PV module technology. So a standard carport that will shelter 2 cars, and we can place about 5 kilowatts peak in PV capacity. Most hybrid cars can be charged with 3.5 kilowatt capacity. Such a carport on a sunny day will sort out all the issues with charging such a plug-in hybrid car. So it is a comprehensive solution. It provides shelter to the vehicle, it generates electricity, and it allows us to be mobile, to drive our car, and to save CO2 emissions at the level of 1 ton of CO2 per year in case of 10,000 kilometers. I've exceeded my time already by 5 minutes, but I would like to encourage you to contact us, to familiarize yourselves with our products and ideas, and we are at your disposal. And thank you once again. Krzysztof Zamożny, Sales Director at Garo Poland. Thank you very much for these examples, for these comparisons, for these interesting calculations. As mentioned earlier, we are talking about green energy, sustainability. Thank you very much once again. please visit the website of the company. If you have any questions, I hope that Krzysztof and his colleagues will answer as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. This website seems very simple and intuitive, and there are positive examples of such activities. Thank you very much once again. And we are wrapping up our panel. Let's meet again at 1 p.m. Scandinavian business creating the conditions for green transformation in Poland, 1 p.m. I would like to invite you on behalf of Agnieszka Zielińska from the Scandinavian Polish Chamber of Commerce. But let me remind you that tomorrow we'll have equally interesting topics. Business the Scandinavian way, designing environmental and sustainable urban spaces, Scandinavian design, and 9 days around Iceland. Those are the topics for tomorrow. I wish you fruitful sessions, fruitful meetings, a lot of knowledge to be acquired, and I wish you also good health. And at 1 p.m. we will meet at the next panel with Agnieszka Zielińska from the Scandinavian Polish Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Dear Excellencies, dear guests, dear SPCC members, I'm really pleased to welcome you on Scandinavian Days initiative by the city of Szczecin, organized for the 7th year in a row, and especially today on our session on the Green Way organized by the Scandinavian Polish Chamber of Commerce. I would like to take this opportunity and thank Mr. Piotr Krzystek, Mayor of Szczecin, Daniel Wacinkiewicz, Vice Mayor of Szczecin, and Marek Kubik, the President of Agency for Development for Szczecin, for inviting us to host this panel. We are gathered today to talk about green transition and big processes that Poland will be facing and going through already. We see in the media how much this topic is important for all communities. Economic and climate change requires innovative approach, ambitious solutions, brave decision makers. We have some here with me today. And they're seeing rare opportunities to contribute to this market and to develop it. This project is really close to our hearts as Scandinavian business community. We know that the Nordic companies are leaders in green transition, in air solutions. So we will talk about these topics today. We gathered a group of experts, I will introduce them in a second, who will share with you their views on developing the cooperation in the energy transition, especially here in Szczecin. So let me introduce you first to Mariusz Podgórski, Country Energy Manager from IKEA. Hi, Mariusz.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Johannes Schiel, Head of Public Affairs from Vestas Northern and Central Europe. Welcome, Johannes. Great to have you on board. Knut Erik Steen, Director Wind France, Spain, Poland, Korea, and Floating Wind from Norweb.
Thank you for inviting me. Hello, everybody.
Thank you, Knut, for joining. We have David Forkas, PhD, Director of Knowledge Management at Sauna Technologies.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor to be here today.
Hello, David. Szczepan Polak, Szczepan Polak, Business Development Advisor at Northern Lights CCS.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me.
And Marek Gawroński, Public and Governmental Affairs Vice President, Volvo Group, Poland. Welcome, gentlemen.
Good
Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. We have a really great experts here from different areas of these processes, so we can look from different angles on the transition in the energy field. Actually, 2 months ago, SPCC hosted also a panel on the green transition, where we hosted Under Secretary of State in the Ministry of Climate and Environment, and Adam Czerpetyński, and he was confirming how huge potential there is between Scandinavia and Poland, especially the contribution from the private sector in this transition in Poland. He was mentioning also that the climate policy, of course, is addressed to better quality of life of Poles, and the air pollution is so important, and Scandinavian countries have such a great experience in electric buses and all those solutions. So I hope from the ministry level, and you're observing the market recently, I would like to ask you first, there is a lot of things going on. There is a national plan recovery. There is Next Generation, Just Transition Fund. Also, Polish Energy Policy 2040 recently announced. I wish to, to find out your perspectives on those processes from the governmental level, European Union level, how they support. Is it enough framework for the private sector to move forward with the green agenda? Mariusz, I would ask first you to comment on that from the perspective of IKEA.
Thanks, Aga. Thanks for that question. I think it's very good question, very valid question. That probably applies for majority, if not the all private sector companies. I mean, it's pretty clear that a lot of companies, especially international corporates, and luckily increasing number of home Polish companies also as well at the moment, are looking to join the green transition. We all see, we as private companies, we see that it's a necessity and we have to go that way because there's no other way around. I mean, you know, if we don't do it, then we're going to be out of business anytime soon. But obviously, a lot of it depends, or success of this approach depends on policies. And if we look at some of the policies that has been in place already, I mean, they were quite successful, and you know, as a result of them, we saw, you know, quite significant development of solar PV, for example. I mean, all the programs like Mój Prąd, Czyste Powietrze, etc., caused a lot of private investors and business investors to go that way. I mean, IKEA also, as you probably know, invested heavily in onshore wind generation. So, you know, there are signs of some good developments within this policy sphere. In terms of those big programs that we heard about recently, such as, you know, Next Generation EU, Polish deal, or Fair Transition Fund, etc., I'm not sure how, I mean, obviously they will affect and impact on some of the businesses. I mean, from IKEA perspective, I'm not sure whether they will. Obviously, we need to know more details about it. But we know that there's still a lot of things that needs to be done in order to speed up the green transition process. And when you said, Agnieszka, at the beginning that you know, the green transition requires innovative solutions, I totally agree with you. And I'm glad we have representatives of some of the you know, companies that, you know, are on the forefront of this development. However, I would argue that we already have a lot of solutions that can be implemented, that are ready on the shelf. All they need to do, I mean, all we need to do is to create the right policy in order for them to be developed. And namely, onshore wind and PV solar. Again, I'm glad that we see a lot of developments towards offshore wind, because the potential are huge, and we can learn from other countries which successfully already adopted this technology. With onshore wind, I mean, there's still a lot of potential in Poland, but since 5 years ago, as we know, you know, we cannot develop any further projects because we have 10H, so-called 10H policy, which literally prohibits any further developments of projects. So I guess that would need to be changed, because there's a lot of companies that is waiting, you know, for that particular piece of legislation to be modified. From IKEA, very personal perspective, because I'm involved in some of the solar project, I know that there is still some legislative barriers in terms of developments of rooftop solar. Many times we came across spatial development plans which appear to be easy to overcome, but it's still, you know, they are the barrier for development of PV panels on our own roofs. I know that's been addressed, but it's been addressed, you know, not quick enough, in my opinion, and yeah, and I think we need to, or policymakers could do something about that also. So that's my perspective. To summarize, I think there are a lot of good policies already in place, but we can do a lot more.
Thank you, Mariusz, and thank you for bringing offshore topic and 10H policy regulations. We know that it's relevant for developing, and as you mentioned, also I agree there is a lot of great solutions. Companies, private sector is already contributing to the market, and we are not able to implement it fast enough, right? Thank you so much. Johannes, you represent actually wind farm company, Vestas. I know you hired 200 people and 120 technical people who are really prepared to start with the action plan. And what's your opinion? Because you're also responsible for the whole Central Europe. Maybe a little comment on also outside of our garden.
First, for having me, for inviting Vestas to such a distinguished panel on green transition in Poland. Yes, I'm in charge of public affairs in Northern and Central Europe, with focus on Eastern Europe, Germany, and also the former Soviet Union countries, including Russia and Ukraine. And of course, we see positive developments in all these regions, and we see most positive developments, or we saw most positive developments also in Poland. I think the political framework for onshore wind and offshore wind was set some years ago in the right way, and it was corrected to some extent also for onshore wind for some years. And yeah, as you know, we are not only manufacturing, designing, installing, and servicing wind turbines. We also strive to be a sustainable energy solutions provider, a leading global energy solutions provider, combining these technologies and bringing in some other new innovations. But as Mariusz put it correctly, all technologies that are basic for the energy transition are already there. And we currently merged the offshore part of our joint venture into Vestas. So we now unified onshore and offshore wind energy company. We are starting with development activities for wind projects, also co-development with our customers. And we are striving to also be more aggressive in the field of hydrogen in the future. What we currently need is simply a quick reform of the 10 times tip height distance rule, which really blocks the barrier. I know that the politicians are working on it fast, and that the Polish Wind Energy Association is also involved, and this is very good. And we hope to see a fast process of getting this done. And we need this also for new turbine technologies, for power purchase agreements, also markets of the auction frameworks. And we also need continuation of the auction frameworks onshore. And offshore, we see tremendous developments. We are just waiting for the auction results, if you want. And we are quite active in this field as well. Our ambition is to be offshore wind energy market leader in 2025, which is close. And we therefore want to play a big role in offshore wind energy in Poland as well. So for the offshore wind industry and the supply chain, which is also based in the region of Szczecin, to some extent, the potential supply chain for offshore wind, we need a smooth start and a fast start of growing capacities. And with the 5.9 gigawatts, you just set the right ambition for the first auction, and we are waiting for the results, and we are optimistic that some of our potential customers will also select Vestas as supplier.
Thank you, Johannes, for sharing what's actually going on with Vestas and the development plans for hydrogen as well. That sounds really interesting. We know we will have to extend this cooperation and energy mix in Poland. We will move now to Knut Erik Steen from Norweb. Norweb is an organization that is supporting Norwegian companies in actually expanding on different markets, and Knut Erik has different views on the whole market. Can you tell us how do you perceive the policymakers' support now? How is it also in Norway, and what lessons we can take from your experiences from the Norwegian market?
Well, when it comes to the National Recovery Resilience Plan, I must admit I did read it once more yesterday, and when it comes to the question how that will benefit, say, suppliers in a wind farm development further down the tier system, not the developer. Actually, I'm not quite sure. I must admit the whole scheme is quite complicated, and my impression is that actually it's the developer who gets, as Johannes mentioned, that might be a PPA or a CFD or in the auctions, who in a way get the support regime. The rest of the supply chain is very, very competitive, and it's not supported as such, which I think is good. I mean, that's been very important in driving down the levelized cost of electricity for offshore wind developments. So I don't have a very good answer to that. What I do have is that I see the need to communicate for Norwegian companies these plans better and look into what opportunities that might exist if a company choose to establish themselves in an entity in Poland. And so I really appreciate the question, and with our team in Poland, Eva Kvass, that we should look into this in more detail. When it comes to Norway, we don't have that much experience to draw on. We had the first floating wind turbine, which is quite special, a one-off, and that was very much a R&D program when I was with, at that time, Statoil. And the next offshore wind platform or wind development we have now is electrification of oil and gas, which is also in a way non-commercial because it kind of tags into a completely different economical scheme. So it's very different, and we're waiting for a guidance from the governmental bodies the 11th of June. So after the 11th of June in Norway, we will know more how this will be organized, and everybody's quite excited about that because we don't know what route they're going to take when it comes to the auctions or landfall main power cable and so on. I mean, they've been looking to Europe so with anything from the OFTO regime or to the way the France are doing it, and with the government in a very active role. So for Norway, we don't really know yet. We will know more in a few weeks, actually. So. Yeah.
Great note for sharing. We will be looking forward to the 11th of June then, observing what's happening on the market in Norway to even attract more companies. We will be talking about also the investments going both directions in the energy sector in a second. So the last person I would like to direct this question is Marek Gawroński from Volvo. Marek, in the Polish energy policy, the government declared 14% in transport of a large share of electromobility sector. And can you comment how do you see the whole policy from your perspective? As Volvo has great solutions, and I know that you've been very successful in promoting electric buses all over the world, especially with the huge factory in Wrocław. So can you tell us more about your perspective?
Absolutely, thank you, Agnieszka. So first of all, not only buses but also electric trucks. We have just introduced and offering electric trucks. So this is a quite new product, even though new on the Polish market, but since last year also on other European markets, also United States. And at Volvo, we are really focused on public transport and transport of goods in Wrocław. As you mentioned, we have the factory, which is the only factory of buses for Europe. However, there is also engineering department, so all the buses are developed and engineered and produced in Poland and in Wrocław. So for many years, we have been producing already electrified buses, starting in fact, we see 2009 or 2010, and recently added electric trucks to offer. So if we look at the activities for the electromobility development that has been done in Poland recently, these are really impressive, I would say, and the pace of the changes is very ambitious. So to achieve the goals, which are assumed, the provisions and policies, it is very important to secure grants and other forms of support, including development of charging infrastructure, and the infrastructure is also the key, charging infrastructure. So Poland today is already the largest electric bus manufacturer in Europe, but also the largest exporter of electric buses. And I think that policy can further support and further boost this sector. But what is missing, and is really a pity today, that there is no support, no incentive programs to boost the electric trucks sales. So this is, I think, important, and we cannot ignore.
You know, Poland is well known for the transport services, so this point is really relevant for the operational of many, also Scandinavian companies who are contributing to the Polish market with these solutions, transport solutions. We have a lot of them also within the SPCC. So maybe a little lobby with the chamber in respect of the trucks. We are open to support you there with the whole sector then. All right, thank you, Marek, for sharing this. You all have, as I mentioned, you're market leaders, and that's not question about that. And you have planned the whole green strategies for your companies for years, and the energy mix and being zero emission companies. And now I would like to ask Szczepan Polak from Northern Lights, because this is one aspect we didn't cover in the first question. CCS, a solution for also for the energy mix, quite interesting and challenging in a way. Szczepan, can you share with us what is the strategy of Northern Lights? How you perceive Poland also as a market, and what opportunities do you see here?
Thank you, Agnieszka, for this question. Maybe I start with introducing Northern Lights, because I think we are a relatively unknown company. We are very fresh. We started formally in March this year, but we have very powerful supporters, as our owners are Equinor, Shell, and Total in 3 equal parts. So of course our owners, they have long-term strategies on green transition and ambition on CO2 reductions. The common goal for all three is to be net zero at 2050. But let's go back to Northern Lights. What is Northern Lights doing? We are developing an open and flexible infrastructure to transport CO2 from capture sites, and we do it by ships, and we transport CO2 to terminal in Norway, and then from there CO2 is transported by pipeline and injected under the seabed. This service, transport and storage, we offer for the emitters across the Europe. So this is also relevant to Polish industry. What is maybe worth to mention is that Northern Lights is a part of Longship, which is Norwegian government's full-scale carbon capture and storage project. So the main point of this is a full value chain from capture of CO2 through transport and at the end to storage of CO2 underground. And going back to the previous discussion on policies, so state support is very important in this. This Longship is heavily supported by Norwegian government. But involving big companies in this, it gives guarantee that this kind of product can be realized at the end. So what Northern Lights can contribute, we don't have office in Poland, and not seeing this happening anytime soon. But what Northern Lights can do in Poland is find or cooperate with those who emit CO2 and have problem to eliminate emissions. Because, of course, in the energy transition, I can say that you can turn to renewables, wind, solar. Yes, that's okay. You can quit from fossil fuels energy production. It's difficult, but possible. But still, there are branches of industry that cannot be decarbonized so easily, like, for instance, cement or waste to energy. So those branches of industry, they look to solutions like ours, where they can capture CO2, and we come with our service of transporting the CO2 and storing it safely.
Thank you, Szczepan. Now we know the technology, and we know it's for heavy industries mostly, yes, but the sky is the limit in terms of capturing CO2. So let's hope, we will talk in a second also about the possibilities of cooperation locally, and we were gossiping before with Szczepan about some ideas how we can develop this cooperation or support it. So we will be back with this. But I have one more company here who is kind of fresh commerce fresh newcomers to the community. It's Saule Technologies, and we have David here. Saule is a pioneer company in research and manufacturing of a perovskite solar cells. Some of you already knew about them probably. We are cooperating with Saule for over a year, and this is really innovative technology. And maybe David, you could elaborate more. You're an expert on the field. I'm just the fan. And so welcome, David. Can you share with us a bit of your perspective on the transition processes now?
First of all, thank you very much for the introduction, and maybe I can also say a couple of words about what our company is doing. So for that part of the audience who's not really familiar with us, so we are, I would say, a small medium enterprise, like in transition from being a startup to some sort of a larger player, hopefully in the near future. We are working on perovskite solar cells. So this is a new type of photovoltaic technology. Actually, the first research publication was in 2009 on these materials, and Saule was established in 2014. And we are actually one of the first players globally who work on commercializing this technology. So after only 5 years of research, we took this, let's say, very bold step to take it forward. So what we are doing is that we take this perovskite material, which has very, very good optoelectronic properties, and we are using a printing technique to deposit it on flexible substrates. Now, why this technology is important is that it, in our perspective, combines all the advantages of different traditional photovoltaic technologies into one single technology. So we have the possibility to make solar cells with very high efficiency. So we're talking about, in the research scale, there's already 25% on perovskite achieved, which is very close to silicon after half a century of development, I would say. And it's actually higher than most of the other thin film photovoltaic technologies that have been tried or already commercialized, like CIGS or cadmium telluride. Plus, we are able to do it on a flexible and lightweight solution. So this is something that we identified, that actually there are a lot of industrial buildings that have limitations on their rooftops for installing photovoltaics because of the weight of traditional PV modules. And our solution can be, the module itself is around 1 kilogram per square meter. So it's order of magnitude less than traditional crystalline panels. And additionally, our solar modules are very, very good absorbers of light. So it means that you don't necessarily only need to use them in a rooftop applications, but you can really basically use any surface that is exposed to light and harvest this light and convert to usable electricity, which means that on one hand, you can, for example, in many buildings, you can use the facades, which provides a very large amount of additional surface. But really, the integration possibilities, it's not only buildings. We can go into electric vehicles. We can go into smart furniture, harvesting energy for IoT devices. There's really limitless applications. So that's, let's say, the brief introduction to our company. And I think with this, sorry, could you repeat the question just to?
Of course, David. I was asking, how are you looking of what is the perspective of growth of Saule? As you were saying, you can cover any kind of surface. So we were talking about vehicles with Marek 2 seconds ago, and so you can put perovskites also on the truck, right? On the trucks, as far as
exactly, yes.
Yeah, so they can use the electricity coming from there. But how do you evaluate the current policies, and what is your plan for the growth in future months? I know you have ambitious goals.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to let's say electricity generation, one of the most important question, of course, when you evaluate is on one hand levelized cost of electricity, of course. So I think there's a lot of economic incentives. So I think, let's say, one of the advantages of our technology is that you can basically use it in locations where other solutions would not be viable. So what I said, for example, about the rooftop applications on lightweight roofs, if you do, the calculations, it's really just the situation that you either, not use this surface for renewable energy generation, or you use, for example, our technology. And then you have to, if you have already an established, site, then you can actually use that surface. You don't have to go for example, a greenfield investment. And then actually, a lot of things depend on that. And in terms of regulations, we are, very welcoming, for example, the Green Deal and these related developments. We actually have been receiving quite a significant amount of European funding and let's say national funding also from NCBR. Actually, I'm also leading one of the projects in solar technologies on that. So this is, of of course, very nice that I see the potential in this kind of technology is realized, and I also saw some of the upcoming projects from the European Commission will be targeting exactly the perovskite technology, because and that goes maybe a bit further, but as you know, like the PV industry in Europe, let's say in the last decade was not really going in the right direction, and now basically most of the cells and modules are coming from China. And we believe that with this technology, with very high level of automation and the low cost that is related to printing and manufacturing in atmospheric environment, this technology can become, I would say, a technology of Europe, manufacturing in Europe, which I think could really, help us to again be in the forefront of green transition.
Competitive on the market. Of course, the green transition helps our companies to win the market and stay ahead of everybody else. So this is a great example of these activities. Thank you, David. Now I would like to move a bit to ambitious goals because I know like Poland has the Polish energy policy, and IKEA has people planet positive agenda. Mariusz, can you tell us? We've been talking about that before on SPCC events, but you have the longer perspective from COVID time, and can you tell us how is it going with developing the agenda of people planet positive?
Well, you did your homework properly, of course. You know about People Planet Positive agenda, so that hasn't changed. It's still, in the center of our business strategy. So anything to do, we try to do according to the strategy, according to the sustainability principles. The only thing that keeps changing are the goals, because until 2010, obviously the goal was, well, at the time we thought it was ambitious, but obviously then the Paris Agreement came, and we realized that in order to meet the Paris Agreement goals, then we have to increase our own internal goals. So as it stands now, we are determined to be net zero company by 2030, and obviously this is not just scope 1 or scope 2. We're aiming to address whole value chain, and that we work closely with our suppliers on the industry side. We try to influence our customers to make more sustainable decisions. We have a couple of thousand products which we class as sustainable range, and that's from LED lights through different accessories to recycle stuff, etc., etc. And also, as you probably know, you can now go to IKEA store and get yourself PV installation. Obviously, you won't be able to get it in a flat pack, but we can put you in touch with somebody who will do it for you. We also
that's a huge step for developing these solutions, and I know that your market is really growing with some support from the government, of course, for the families in that respect. Is it like the sales is growing from the kind of common level of citizens?
I mean, the sales are growing. Obviously, there's still, market is competitive because we seeing this PV boom, so to say, for quite some time already. So the market is competitive, but we can tell that there's a lot of interest out there still. In terms of commercial side of things, in our beloved restaurants, you can get yourself more and more plant-based meals, which are delicious. And as soon as they open, I will warmly invite you to get yourself, some meatballs made of made of plants, as I said. And obviously, as I already...
Szczecin available, right?
Yes, and they are available in Szczecin. So we have commercial sort of part of our business, but on the other hand, we obviously have operational part of the business. And I already mentioned that, you know, we have invested not just in Poland, but obviously in a global level in various technologies. You know, the biggest investments we made in wind, but also solar. Latest investment in Russia, for example. It's worth mentioning that some time ago, plastic recycling plant has been purchased in Holland, and now obviously there are tests how we can recycle plastic and turn it into furniture again. You know, there was quite a lot of noise in media not long ago about IKEA pledging to invest another 4 billion euros on top of the 2.5 billion euros they already invested in by 2020. So there's a lot of developments going on in this sphere for one simple reason. I mean, these days it pays off to be green, you know. And we know that if we don't do it now, we might regret it in the future. So yeah, so I think this is a short summary of what we do in this sort of green transition agenda and how we want to get there. And in terms of COVID, I mean, you know, it's only a blip. I compare it to geological times and the time when we as human beings are on this world. You know, we only a blip. We will be a blip if we will carry on doing what we're doing. So COVID is only a blip. It's only going to last for a couple of months, but obviously we got a lot bigger challenges in front of us that we need to address as a business and as a society.
Yes, we need to survive for future generations, not only this short period of time. And I remember years back in SPCC, IKEA representative Karol Gopczyński was talking about IKEA being already, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, completely powered by your own resources. So so you were, of course, at the forefront with making brave decisions already. Then, coming to brave decisions and plans for the future, I would like to also ask Vestas. Yesterday, Johannes, I was reading an article that you're really trying to make the, I don't know if it's mills of the wind farm completely recyclable. I hope I didn't share a secret, but that was really interesting news, being totally recyclable tools. And what else Vestas is working on for the future? We tackled a bit about that, but coming also to that, I have one more question, Johannes. Also, can you share with us the barriers you're facing with the development of Vestas in Poland?
Yeah, starting with, thanks for your questions. Starting with the question of zero waste turbines, the ambition is to have them by 2040 latest. And one of the major parts of that is the blades, the rotor blades. Because almost all parts of the wind turbine are already recyclable. It's the steel towers. Also, you can even use the concrete foundations to some extent, but it was very difficult to recycle rotor blades. So what we did was investing a lot in that, cooperating with research partners and industry partners, like blade manufacturers, but also competitors. And we now have found a concept that allows us to also recycle rotor blades in some years of time. It will take some time, but we are working on it with high speed. We are also using more and more electric cars in our fleet of service vehicles. And we also push our transport companies, our suppliers, to become more and more zero emission companies, and that is absolutely necessary because, as you probably heard, the International Energy Agency, IEA, yesterday published a big study on zero emission in 2050. And the IEA is not the Wind Energy Association. It's the International Energy Association representing the coal industry, the oil industry, the gas industry, all energy-related industries, more or less. And their ambition is zero emissions in 2050, and that needs 390 gigawatts of wind energy, not as a whole, but every year on average. And that means we need to do a lot also in Poland. And one of the barriers is in Poland, to come to your second question, is probably the lack of ambition in onshore wind. It's not really a hurdle. We already talked about the current barrier, which is the 10 times tip height rule, which also doesn't allow innovative technologies. It restricts the height of the turbines, if you want. But long term, it's also the ambition of the targets in the Polish energy policy. And I think it's only 10 gigawatts or 11 gigawatts until 2040, which is almost nothing because we are already almost at 7. So Vestas has installed 2,600 megawatts of onshore wind turbines in Poland. And the ambition should be to have at least 1 gigawatt of additional onshore wind energy capacities in Poland every year. And that is also needed if you want to fulfill the targets of the International Energy Agency and reach the 1.5 or 2 degree targets of Paris. Offshore is the same story. Offshore, we have high ambition for the first auction, second and third auction with 5.9 gigawatts in the first, 2.5 gigawatts in the second and third auction. But we also need a little more long-term ambition here because we also need 1 gigawatt at least on offshore wind capacities in Poland. And to reach these targets, it is important that we also use the sources of Poland more than we did already in the past. We have a strong supply chain in onshore wind energy in Poland, and we managed to win 2.6 gigawatts out of the 4 gigawatts of onshore auctions in the last years. And now we want to build on our onshore supply chain and increase it. We want to build an offshore supply chain based on our strong onshore supply chain. And that is what is needed. And to overcome barriers here, we need what was already discussed. We need good tools for recovery measures. So the money that is spent shouldn't be spent on fossil fuels. It should be spent on suppliers that can supply the industry from Poland. And then it's also more sustainable. That is probably some aspects I can add here.
Thank you, Johannes, very much for this. Yes, we need more support, especially you were mentioning this that the partnership with different stakeholders can bring a real change to the transition. And we like Scandinavian companies have a lot of partnerships already. We can see in the energy sector Baltic pipes going through the Scandinavia to the region here. We have some other companies like Ørsted and PGE, or we have other examples of the cooperation. And I would like to focus for a second on the region we are in. Actually, today we are in Szczecin. We know that there is a lot of Scandinavian companies based here, and there is for sure untapped potential of the cooperation in Szczecin. And I would like to discuss this idea, Szczepan, you shared with me before, how how the region can be included in the energy mix. And Szczecin is actually with the plan of one of the green cities in Poland. So we can help this plan to be more realistic even.
Yes, of course, I will start with my CCS point of view. Since we are a transport and storage company for carbon dioxide, we look at potential customers across the Europe. We have, as a part of the Norwegian government project Longship, we have 2 capture sites that are going to supply CO2 to Northern Lights. But we have spare capacity and we have ambition to grow, to increase our capacity. And we are reaching out to European emitters and offer to them our capacity so they can capture CO2 and we transport it and store it in Norway. We have good cooperation with many companies across Europe. Unfortunately, none of them are from Poland yet. We are part of the European initiative project of common interest. In our PCI, we are 17 companies from many different countries in Europe with common goal of capturing and storing CO2. This initiative is open to everyone, every country and all the companies in European Union and also European Economic Area, they can apply for that. This gives the status, and then this status to the company gives a chance to seek for funding in connecting European facilities, for instance. This, of course, funding gives money, and that helps to build infrastructure for transporting and storing temporary CO2. And I have to say it's Szczecin. So in the recent call for the PCI applications, there is one coming from Gdańsk, where they aim to establish open access export hub from Gdańsk for CO2 that can be stored in storage sites that are not in Poland yet, maybe sometime in the future, but currently they aim on the North Sea. So one of North Sea storage sites is Northern Lights. So going back to Szczecin, there is a lot of industry around Szczecin, and we don't talk about only the Polish part, but also across the border. All the initiatives that tighten collaboration across borders are well received in the European Union. So there is something to work on, and given type of industry which is in Szczecin or not so far, there is huge potential for building a hub or terminal, a receiving terminal from surroundings in Szczecin, and to make it available for transport to storage sites that are outside. Could be North Sea, could be Norway or other countries.
Thank you, Szczepan, for sharing this idea for the development. I think it's really interesting, and of course it requires a huge partnership from many stakeholders. But this is some idea to be thought about.
Yes, of course. If I may add, this kind of it's not new. As Mariusz said at the beginning, that the technology is there. You can fine tune it or make it better, but technology is there. It's just a matter of using it. And of course, no one will do green transition if they don't have to or don't see benefit of that. So in order to come to this point, there are several ways of doing that. You can work with policy or regulations, incentives, taxes, state support, and so on. So it's a lot of tools in the toolbox. It just have to be applied.
Thank you for this box of tools already suggested to the local authorities, and not only local authorities. Stefan, thank you so much. We have 2 minutes left, gentlemen. I'm sorry, I was not a good timekeeper. I have 2 more questions, and we can sum up a little round with the message from you. How important values we are bringing to the table as Scandinavian and Polish companies in the green transition. But first, I would like to ask about Szczecin and possibilities of development, Szczecin as a green city, also from the perspective of Volvo. Marek, you can support this process in a way. Can you share your ideas with that?
Well, it would be great if we could start cooperation with Szczecin as a Volvo bus company producing electric buses. We as Volvo Buses were one of the first among the bus manufacturers in Europe. We are based in Wrocław, I stress again, in Poland, offering electrified buses. We started with hybrids more than 10 years ago, and already a few years later, we started offering fully electric buses. The factory itself in Wrocław, we founded that in 96, which means 25 years ago. And currently we produce over 1,000 buses per year, meaning also that we were able to attract several suppliers based in Poland. We cooperate with more than 150 suppliers, production facilities, delivering components to our buses. And they are based, as mentioned, in Poland, located in different parts of Poland. So it would be great if we could share our views, our experience with Szczecin authorities, how to develop the zero-emission transport, share our experience. That would be great.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marek, for that, because, of course, this is the session when we actually share how we can support the development of green transition in Poland. And we have companies based in Szczecin already, like Vestas or IKEA. We have companies who can contribute to the growth of the city and make it more green. I think it's a great opportunity that we were able actually to meet during Scandinavian Days. So one more question, and we go to the summary. I would like to address it to Knut Erik, because you are talking with a lot of Norwegian companies and in the energy sector, and how high interest you see in coming to the Polish market from this point of view, and especially we can look zoom in to Szczecin area.
Zooming into a specific area is a bit difficult, but I'll talk for Norwegian companies. I mean, we have Equinor together with Polenergia and offshore wind. So that's quite obvious, and that's very important. Apart from that, with the short time remaining, I think I would like to point to the long history between Poland and Norway in shipbuilding. And they really have complementary kind of areas, I believe, with the yards in Poland and maybe some more high technology solutions from Norway. And relevant for offshore wind, I'd like to point at hybrid vessels and even electric vessels. And because all part of the supply chain in offshore wind needs to reduce their emission. It's not good enough just to produce electric energy. The whole value chain needs to reduce their emission. And their hybrid vessel, electric vessels, is a very good example. And I think the Norwegian Polish industries are a good fit. In addition to that, Norwegian companies now have established several trading platforms where you not only trade like you do the take a vessel on for charter. That includes CO2 emission. which can be interesting for the offshore wind market in Poland. So with a short time due, I got several more like digital twins and lifetime expansion and so on, but I think I'll leave it leave it to that.
Thank you, Knut Erik, very much. I'm sorry I gave you like a minute and a half for that answer, which is a huge topic to be discussed anyhow, right? We will create another opportunity to dive into that maybe. Okay, gentlemen. So last words. I think we need to sum up in maybe 2 points that you think is the most relevant what Scandinavian and Polish cooperation in the energy transition is really about and what we can bring to the table. So maybe I will first ask one person who is representing actually Polish company. So David, can you just give us 2 sentences of summary?
Well, so we already have a collaboration with Skanska, and it's been pretty good in let's say, the application of BIPV. We are very open to explore more, as our strategy is really B2B, to develop custom products where our solar modules are integrated into different areas. Plus, one thing that I think is quite important from our side, that we recently received an investment from another Polish company, Columbus Energy, and together we are actually in a strategic collaboration. So we have like a very particular PV technology, and Columbus Energy is more like in general playing in the let's say renewables field, photovoltaics plus other energy related solutions. So together we can also offer some kind of energy transformation solutions and combine the advantages of different technologies to turn industries into more green.
Great. Thank you, David, for sharing this with us. Mariusz, 2 sentences, please.
Regarding cooperation between Polish and Scandinavian companies, I think we as Poles, we can learn a lot from Nordics, because we have this tendency to think short term. We're interested more about here and now, whereas our Scandinavian friends, they're always perceived as innovative and forward thinking. And I think most importantly, in the context of our meeting today, they are always perceived to be this ecocentric thinking. And I think that's what we can adapt from it. And also we should perceive green transition as a benefit, not as a cost. I mean, we need to pursue it, and we need to pursue it fast.
Fantastic statement that it's not a cost, but just a benefit for all of us. Thank you for that, Manuel. Maybe Johannes now.
I think it's crucial to build on existing cooperation. Cooperation is key, and there's a lot of cooperation between Scandinavian companies and Polish companies, and there's specific cooperations of Vestas. We spent 185 million euro alone in last year in supply and services in Poland. Of course, there's also a lot of investments of our customers in new wind energy projects, but we are investing in suppliers. And we want to build a supply chain in Poland, also for offshore wind, as I mentioned. And we are already in Poland since 2002. So it's almost 20 years, and we are here to stay. We want to stay with a strong supply chain, and we are therefore discussing with a lot of suppliers. We currently have 500 members of staff in Poland, and we just engaged 100 in last year. We have 70 new open positions, and we want to fill them with good Polish, high-educated Polish people, and therefore we want to build on existing cooperation. So keep onshore wind energy running, and add offshore wind. That is my message.
Thank you, Johannes. You tackle a very important issue that with the investments of the companies in green transition, investors also create new jobs, which will become booming for the region and for the city itself. So this is really relevant. And thank you for this positive message. And we wish you all the luck in the growth plans. Let me move to Szczepan, Northern Lights.
Before I start, maybe I just make a comment. Actually, one of the subsea elements for our installations was manufactured in Poland. So this piece of equipment is now on the bottom of the North Sea, waiting for CO2 to be injected. Mm-hmm. So from that, I can say that shipyards, it's a huge potential for cooperation. Poland has lower costs of manufacturing things, so this is a big opportunity. In terms of CO2 transportations, ships are going to be used in our business model. This is something that can be considered. I don't know details on shipyards in the area, but I can imagine that there is opportunity there. So also chemical industry, it's not far. So for capturing technology, chemical industry is key. And for learning, I think from our example from Northern Lights, it's experience and showing the new approach to something that is known for everyone. We have changed the business model. We went from single source, single thing to be open access to everyone. Decouple capture from transport and storage that gives flexibility. But also, what is very important is how the demonstration of the cooperation between state and big industrial players, and how authorities assure that the project will be realized, and how the local authorities cooperate with this kind of projects to make sure that they create some local jobs in the future.
Thank you, Szczepan. We have a whole palette of solutions of the cooperation between Scandinavia and Poland, especially here in Szczecin. And two more gentlemen to sum up 2 sentences. Knut Erik, please.
Yes, I mentioned some technical kind of approaches and products. I would maybe like to point at as more soft value, like human resources, because like both countries are in the middle or beginning of a transition. Poland from coal-driven industry, Norway from an oil and gas-driven industry, and training of new personnel or the retraining of existing personnel is challenging. We do come from kind of oil and gas and coal. But I think both on a political level and organizational level, it can be valuable to share experiences in so respect.
Thank you for bringing this soft topic also to our exchange today, because human factor is the crucial one with developing partnerships and understanding each other's point of views. And last but not least, Marek, can you sum up your message?
I think from my perspective, the shift towards sustainable transport sector, including both transport of goods, zero emission transport of goods and public transport, is well underway. But to meet the challenges in an efficient way, the sectors, the transport industry, the energy industry, consumers, transport buyers, operators, vehicle industry, policymakers. This, I think, must go together, and we all must work together. So this is my conclusion.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for reserving the time and staying 12 minutes longer with us. Thank you to the audience who were actively participating by listening to us. Unfortunately, the question marks were not given the time for questions, but we are happy to take ones, via email even, or to connect you with the experts. And at the end, I would like to thank the whole team working on Scandinavian Days, the team from City of Szczecin, Miriam, Yola, thank you so much. And from my team, from Marek, thank you guys for the all support and making it happening today. Have a wonderful afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you gained a lot of new inspirations from this panel.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.